練習。 してますけど、大丈夫なんですかね。不安になっているんですけど。これ、予定では、ですよね。1時間どころで済んでんのかなっていうぐらい。とりあえず、私の担当しているセッションが時間通りに終わることを頑張りますけど、最後の方とか、そうですね、お昼ご飯を1時間に圧縮したから、1時間半あるとかね。で、最後の方とかも、どんどん皆さん帰っていってしまいますよね。飛行機あるから。6時半とかに出ないといけない人が結構いるんじゃないですかね。まあ、議論が盛り上がる方がいいんでしょうかね。あ、もう時間じゃないです。フォーチェア帰ってきてない。
We have to receive presentations from Alisa Medvedeva and Rockwell Felix. Having lunch.
Yeah, you're like that.
A minute?
Gathering data now.
Okay, yeah.
Till now, so I cannot start.
Okay. It's yours. It's yours. Send it to you?
Yes.
Okay.
Deeper.
Yeah. Some people they will not come back.
Maybe.
Yeah. So
20% come back here.
yeah, but they will. Yeah. Yeah, I do. Yeah. If then this will be need to be coached.
Chair. It's me and this one. And
Okay.
two speakers.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Presentation today for me now.
Just wait for another.
Gathering data.
Yeah, if you don't mind, yeah, waiting for another 1 or 2 minutes until more people come.
Yeah.
Yes, we would like to hear from the works in.
Really appreciate for them to come back here.
Yes, yes.
For me.
Indeed.
Not for me.
Yeah, people was like, like I told you, they are Friday free, and then they have class or eating. Yeah. Oh. Check. Okay, everybody, if you don't mind, can we wait maybe like 1 minute? Some people still coming from praying and lunch. Then, yeah, I'm sure they can make it. Yeah. Hopefully in 1 minute we have more people to come. Yeah. Do you mind, Okamura Sensei? Okay. Are you? Okay, I would like to introduce now is the first session is Professor Okumura, Yoshihiro Okumura. He's a professor in Faculty of Societal Safety Science from Kansai University. He will introduce about his work related with enhancing urban attractiveness through tsunami risk reduction, confronting mega disaster challenges in Osaka, Japan. Please take your time in 15 minutes, right? Okay.
I'd like to talk about enhancing urban attractiveness through tsunami risk reduction, focusing on the challenges and ongoing efforts in. Focusing on the challenges and ongoing effort in Osaka. Osaka is the second largest megacity in Japan. Around 8 million people live in this city. As you can see here, Osaka is very close to the Nankai Trough. Osaka is here, and this is Nankai Trough. Many speakers already mentioned this source. And this source is some of Japan's largest potential earthquakes and tsunamis. The city is built on an very wide and remarkable flat area. With much of its urban area located just a few minutes above, just a few meters above sea level, a very low ground. And these geographic conditions make tsunami risk particularly serious concern for the major metropolitan area. The background, since the Great East Japan earthquake in 2011, Japanese society has faced this critical challenge of preparing for low frequency but high impact disasters of the largest scale. The earthquake taught us that while potential tsunamigenic zones can be identified, the actual size and the scale of such events cannot be precisely predicted. This experience has fundamentally changed how Japan approaches tsunami risk. I want to say before we should say pre-Tohoku. Now, from the pre-Tohoku mindset of preparing for probable events, and to the post-Tohoku awareness of preparing for the largest class tsunamis that may occur once in several thousand years. Before we are focusing on hundreds year scale tsunami, but now we are focusing on thousands years scale earthquake and tsunami, a very, very low frequency. That is very difficult problem. In this new context, Osaka, Japan's second largest megacity I mentioned before, characterized by high density and complex urban structures, have newly come to be recognized as a possible tsunami inundation area under the largest class scenario. Sorry, someone have been, I don't know how many people have been to Osaka, but very, very complicated urban area, very, very large underground, and many, many tall buildings in this area. I live in a neighbor city, but I cannot go to the destination directly. Very, very complicated. This is a 3D point cloud data in Umeda region, Osaka, we measured. And sorry, again. A worst-case tsunami generated by a potential Nankai Trough earthquake is estimated to inundate the city center and cause up to approximately 130,000 fatalities. This does not mean that the risk itself has increased. It simply shows that based on the latest understanding of the largest possible event, even the center part of Osaka, including the Umeda district, is not completely safe. It is extremely rare, even globally, for a megacity to confront tsunami risk so directly. In the Tohoku event, Sendai was, the central Sendai have not damaged. And maybe this Osaka central area, we call it Umeda, very, very many people, a crowded region. So the risk was very big, rarely low frequency event, but if that event scenario comes to this region, over 100,000 people will be killed by this tsunami. The aim of this study is to explore how a major city like Osaka's Umeda district can deal with the risk of a largest class tsunami, when that may occur only once in several thousand years. We aim to clarify people's awareness of tsunami risk and key challenges in evacuation behavior, examine the relationship between pedestrian-oriented urban design and tsunami evacuation, and propose future directions for disaster planning in large cities facing the risk of the largest class tsunami. Very flat. This is the center of Osaka, Umeda. We call it Umeda. Actually, before, nobody knows the risk in this region of tsunami. But after the Tohoku event, we consider this kind of severe, several low frequency event, the largest scale event. That's why many people now, this risk is visible among people. The method, there are three methods in this study. First one is questionnaire survey on evacuation intentions. We conducted a web-based questionnaire survey to examine visitors' intentions and possible evacuation behaviors in this area in the event of tsunami warning. Second one is based on second one is a high ground evacuation experiment. Specifically based on the tsunami evacuation experiment involving 10 participants. Actually, all of them is students. Key factors influencing the success or failure of evacuation behavior were analyzed. Finally, third one is ordinary building survey for tsunami evacuation. That is not designated tsunami building. It's an ordinary, normal buildings. Field survey of 61 buildings along about 1.7 kilometer of Middlesex Street was also conducted to evaluate their potential use as evacuation sites. Here are the results of our survey and on evacuation intentions in Umeda. First, if a tsunami warning was issued, 86% said they would evacuate. This shows the public awareness of tsunami risk has come quite strong. Next, we asked where they would evacuate. The answer is interesting. About 43% said they would go to higher ground. You know, where is higher ground? Even though there is no high ground, but many people answer they will go high ground. And 39% said they would use designated tsunami evacuation buildings. It is also interesting because they don't know designated buildings. But so 86% people did not know that designated tsunami evacuation buildings, but many people try to go there. So I want to say efforts to raise awareness of tsunami risk in Umeda have been successful. It's successful. But people understand the risk and most say that would evacuate. But actually evacuating is still very, very difficult. There is no high ground, and then many people say they will use evacuation buildings, but most of them do not know where those buildings are. Right? Okay. So next I conducted the experiment. I will show the result of a high ground evacuation experiment conducted in Umeda. In this experiment, participants tried to evacuate to higher ground without using smartphones and without relying on buildings. They cannot use buildings. Just they go to flat ground. Okay. They stopped when they felt they had reached a safe location, or after 2.5 hours, because 2.5 hours means the tsunami arrival time. Evacuation was considered successful only if participants were able to move outside the estimated inundation area. You can check that color. That means the inundation area, right? This color. This map shows their actual evacuation routes. As you can see, many participants could not get outside the inundation zone. They are outside the inundation area. Most students inside the inundation area. These results indicate that in the Umeda area, it is extremely difficult to escape a tsunami by moving to higher ground without using buildings. Right? Simply because there is no high ground nearby. This means that vertical evacuation using buildings is essential. Umeda also has many visitors who are not familiar with this region. So the city needs to be designed in a way that allows anyone to evacuate quickly, even if they do not know where the designated evacuation buildings are. Next, I will show the result of our survey on ordinary buildings along Middle Suji Street. Middle Suji Street is a Champs-Élysées Street in Paris. It's a main street in this area, very big road. This is a Middle Suji Street. Here is the biggest station in this area. Also another big station here. This street is very wide and symbolic street in this region. Here we evaluated 3 points, whether each building meets the basic structural requirements for tsunami evacuation. It is first. Second one, whether the first floor is easy for people to enter quickly, and third one is whether the upper floors are also accessible. In the figures below, this one, blue shows floors that are easy to enter. Blue one, easy to enter. This floor, all floors easy to enter. This one, first floor, second floor, third floor is easy to enter, but upper them, these 2 floors is difficult to enter because used for office, so security problems, something like that. But this is okay for evacuation, but this is not good for evacuation because people have to go up at least third floor. That is not good. Also, it's a worst type of buildings for evacuation because cannot go up to the second floor, third floor, something like that. And after evaluating all 61 buildings in this area, we found that only 7 buildings satisfy both the structural requirements and have good accessibility. This is just 11%. This means that even in this central business district, where many buildings are not easily accessible to the public, most cannot function as practical tsunami evacuation sites. However, if the first to third floors were opened for public use in the future, the number of usable buildings would increase dramatically to about 57%. Here, I'd like to introduce 2 major urban projects that could greatly improve tsunami evacuation in this area. First one is the Middle Suji Future Vision, shown by the red line. Red line means red line here. This project is ongoing in this street, along this street. It's a long-term project to rebuild Middle Suji as a fully pedestrian-friendly boulevard. Now it's like this, a wide road for pedestrian, but 8 years ago, like this, very narrow road for pedestrian, but now very wide. And future, like this. Okay. The second one, Umeda, walkable Umeda concept, shown in yellow, is another project underway in the surrounding Umeda district to create attractive public spaces where people spend time, not just pass through. As they place these pedestrian-centered projects progress, the ground and lower floors of buildings along Middle Suji are expected to shift toward more open uses, such as commercial or public spaces that people can easily enter. This change is important for tsunami safety. If lower floors become more open and accessible, we could go from 51% to 11% to 57% usable evacuation buildings. It's a conclusion. Sorry, already the time. So please read it from this slide. It's my that's all.
Okay, let's give applause to Professor Okumura. It's very interesting to see how is the urban nice people and then the problem on the evacuation planning. Yeah, this has been solved. Okay, is there any question from the floor? Yes, Arfan. And then the second, maybe while waiting. Okay.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for the presentation. So I'm interested with your experiments where you taught several students to evacuate themselves out of tsunami danger zone. And the results is quite interesting because a few students did not successfully evacuate themselves. So does that mean in that area there is no tsunami signage that can help them to evacuate themselves, even though they have no prior information about the area? That's my first question. And the second question is about, is there any predetermined evacuation route and evacuation point in that city that can help visitor or any people that lives in that city to evacuate themselves during these tsunami emergency situations? Thank you.
Okay, first question. Only one student familiar with this area. He is like that, so he directly go to the castle of Osaka. Here is very high ground. He know very well this area is very safe for against tsunami. But other students and 3 Chinese students never didn't know something risk about this area. Most Japanese people try to go out the estimated inundation area, but they didn't know where is that. Just they try to inland this district, but Chinese students' behavior is quite different from Japanese students because they tried to find open space. They scared tall buildings collapsed. They forget to evacuate from tsunami. Anyway, I forget the second question.
The question actually, is there any tsunami signage existing in Osaka?
Sign?
In Umeda, yeah. Sign.
Not so many.
Evacuation sign, yeah.
Not so many.
Okay.
So very difficult to find the destination.
Yeah, I could understand Umeda is very big city. I'm familiar with Osaka.
Okay.
I graduate from Japan. So I know it's very difficult because it's full of high-rise building. And then I'm glad that you do something that to open. But maybe hopefully in the next meeting, you
Okay.
can share how is the response of the city government
Mhm.
from your proposal to make the Midosuji is
Mm.
become like open spaces for the people. Hopefully, cross fingers. Yeah. Thank you.
very much.
Thank you very much, yeah, Okamura Sensei. Yeah. Then the second presenter, so we have agreement, we make a half and half. The second presenter will be represented by Sylvia. It's supposed to be by Krista, but Krista and Sylvia is their partners. And then is the title is Scaling Up Tsunami Preparedness and Resilience in the Caribbean and Latin America through Tsunami Ready Recognition Program. And then Sylvia, everybody knows already, Sylvia come from Costa Rica, but she's very much involved in the Caribbean, but also she's chair of ODTP. Yeah, please take your time, Sylvia.
It's like speakers already we are delayed by 3 hours. We will stick on to the time, 12 minutes presentation and one question, follow-up question.
Sorry, one
Like,
one question.
One
only.
question. And
Okay, yeah, okay. And then I will stand up when 15 minutes. Okay, thank you. Both of us will stand. Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. As mentioned, I'm presenting this and another talk on behalf of Krista that couldn't be here, although I'm sure she really wanted to. I am co-author on both presentations, but she's the main author, so it might be possible that I cannot reply to your questions, but you can contact her in any case. So the first presentation I have today is scaling up preparedness in the Caribbean and Latin America through tsunami ready recognition. So the journey, for those of you that were here from the entire week to the Ocean Decade Conference, probably heard about this. The Tsunami Ready journey started in 2001 in the US. This program was modeled after the Hurricane or Storm Ready program that it was held for storms. And they started in Washington State in 2001 when the first Tsunami Ready recognized community. But the Tsunami Ready for the US is just one word together. It's different from the IOC Tsunami Ready, which is 2 words. And then in 2011, the US National Weather Service provided initial funding to support a tsunami ready pilot in the Caribbean, because many Caribbean countries after Puerto Rico became tsunami ready. I think that was 2010 or so, or 11 maybe. Many other Caribbean countries wanted to have the same recognition. So this is how Tsunami Ready Pilot in the Caribbean was created. And then approved in 2015. And then the United Nations Ocean Decade was declared in 2017. And then in 2021, the IOC Assembly approved the establishment of the IOC Ocean Decade Tsunami Program that includes Tsunami Ready, which was formally established 1 year later. And the goal is that by 2030, 100% of all communities at risk of tsunami to become tsunami ready. So Tsunami Ready Recognition Program is based on 12 indicators on assessment, preparedness, and response. And the strategy is to be aware and prepared. And the framework is that we work with harmonized global guidelines, which is very handy because, as we explained to the communities, I was visiting in the summer Cannes, that in France, with the film festival, this city is recognized as tsunami ready. So now when I visit communities in Costa Rica, I tell them they can be like Cannes. If they are tsunami ready, they can be the same as Cannes, because Cannes is also tsunami ready. And so the Sweden or Norwegian or German tourists that visited India, and saw that it was a tsunami ready community, and then maybe the next winter visits Costa Rica, can see that there is also tsunami ready community and know that the guidelines are the same. And for next Easter, maybe is choosing a destination in the Mediterranean, and then decided to choose Cipriona in Spain, Cipriona, because it's also tsunami ready, or Gans, because it's also tsunami ready. So we think this is an advantage for tourism. And this recognition is community-based. The idea is that the communities own this process, and therefore they are involved in any of the stages. And the action is that national programs empower communities, and at the same time, communities demand national actions. The program has a 4-year renewal cycle, which ensures that the continuity of the preparedness, because tsunamis don't happen every day, fortunately. And so far in the Caribbean, we have 23 recognized communities in the Caribbean and adjacent regions. You can see a list, probably you cannot, but if you go to the Tsunami Ready website, you can see the list of the recognized communities. In the Caribbean, we have 23. They look like a lot because they are all together, but it is less than, or is less than in the Indian Ocean, and similar to the Pacific Ocean. So we performed in 2023 a Tsunami Ready feedback survey in the Caribbean among communities that had been recognized. And the results is that the program has been successful, in bolstering community preparedness and response, but additional support is still needed to address gaps, which are particularly in data collection, communication, funding, of course, and resource mobilization issues. So also that it is important to ensure that Tsunami Ready remains efficient and effective in its requirements through efforts like this pilot survey. And remember, the main societal outcome of the Ocean Decade Tsunami Program is that 100% of communities at risk of tsunami to be prepared and resilient to tsunamis by 2030. And time is ticking. So the first question that we address when we start working on this, and that many people ask us, is how many communities are at risk? Because 100% of what number? And for this, 2 French researchers are created a study that is still in progress, they are preparing a publication of this, when they try to define this number of at-risk communities for the Caribbean. And they define a methodology when they identify administrative units using OpenStreetMaps, and then define evacuation zones, define either by the maximum distance from the coastlines, 3 kilometers, or ground below 15 30 meters height, And then they analyze how much population was in those areas. You can see some places very, very flat here in Honduras, also in Colombia and Venezuela, and some others here in Belize. Oh, sorry, that's Mexico, and some also in Belize. And then they found out that there are 911 communities in the Caribbean that are in that evacuation zone defined by them. So the next step is that they get this published to be peer-reviewed, and that also member states in the Caribbean validate the number of these communities. Because remember, this is OpenStreetMaps information. So the challenge is that so far, and we are in the middle, in the midterm of the decade, we have only 5 years left, is that so far we have only 8% communities recognized. We wish we would have about 50%, but we have only 8. And that had felt like a lot of work. So I want to present you what has been accomplished and what are the roadblocks. So remember, the guidelines for Tsunami Ready were divided in 3: assessment, preparedness, and response. So regarding assessments, we have this number of countries with 100% mapped tsunami zones and countries that have partially mapped tsunami zones. This is an example of tsunami inundation area for Old Harbor Bay, Jamaica. Modeling studies performed for Barbados or Dominica. And then some identification of community resources done for Portsmouth. I don't remember which country is this. And then estimation of people at risk at districts. This is kind of the easiest part of information to get, you know, the resources and the people at risk. This part to get the tsunami inundation maps and evacuation maps is usually more complicated. Based on those inundation maps, evacuation maps have been prepared like this. This is a billboard in Kingston, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Based on those evacuation maps, tsunami signage has been deployed in many places. Here are a couple of examples. Another example of an evacuation map. And based on that, tsunami exercises has been carried out, and some work for integrate the blind people also has been included, and some educational activities and videos have been developed by the member states. Regarding response, protocols and procedures have been elaborated by the countries, like this one for Jamaica or St. Lucia, or this for Barbados. And they have operation centers like this one in Barbados and Anguilla. And they have dissemination methods, including loudspeakers, like this one in Dominica. So this is common timeline for a tsunami ready implementation, about a year, more or less. And then the first, we start with the assessment, the inundation mapping and the evacuation mapping, and then everything else is based on those maps and that information. And as I mentioned before, those are the hardest part to accomplish, or not the hardest, because sometimes it's harder to organize the community and to make the government to understand that they need to approve procedures and protocols. But it's usually what takes the most data that we don't have. So we have many gaps for inundation and evacuation mapping. Of course, regarding data, if you are a tsunami modeler, probably you know what I'm talking about. Topography and bathymetry data is a big challenge to get. And for us in Costa Rica, we have had to survey many places for bathymetric data because there is not data at all. And also the capacity to do that modeling, you know, the human or the trained staff to do tsunami modeling, but also the data on seismic or tsunami sources, on how to characterize them, what we put as an input in the model once we have the bathymetry and topography. There is also a tool named SUCAT that is available for tsunami warning centers, national tsunami warning centers, that provide tsunami height estimations offshore. And then there will be great to have a tool that can bring that that height to that tsunami height to coastal areas. And then the capacity to go from inundation maps to evacuation maps, and it may be possible to do with AI or automatization of GIS. So to finalize, these are actions that are pending or desirable to increase tsunami ready recognition coverage in the Caribbean. And I was expecting to be quicker, but I didn't.
Okay, thank you, Sylvia, for understanding, because we are limited into 12 minutes. Yeah, please, one question from the floor. I count until 3. Okay. Yeah.
Sorry. Tsunami, you prepared the tsunami inundation map. but it's depending on the magnitude of earthquake. How did you decide the magnitude of earthquake to create the hazard map?
Yeah, that's one of the challenges. We have the definition, the characterization of seismic events and non-seismic event for each case, because it's different for each country and each location. UNESCO IOC has made an effort to provide these scenarios, mostly seismic scenarios, um, by the um, by the organization of experts meeting on tsunami sources, and they have performed several, about 5 or 6 meetings. The last 2 were organized in Costa Rica a year ago, and I think the report is still not ready, right? Oh, Bernardo is probably the one knowing that. But there were 2 meetings together at the same time, and one was for seismic sources at the northeastern Caribbean, and the second one was for non-seismic sources along the entire Caribbean. So the idea is to provide the member states with a list of scenarios, deterministic scenarios, of course, so they can use them for modeling.
Okay, thank you, Sylvia. Okay, let's give applause for Sylvia. One more round. And the next presenter is we have Mr. Chatura Lianarsi from Disaster Management Ministry. And please, he will present on the evaluating Sri Lanka end-to-end tsunami early warning system through IWave 23, and then implication for achieving UNESCO IOC tsunami ready country status. Please take your time, 12 minutes. I will stand up, and then one question from the floor, please.
Early warning system through the IOWave 23 simulation implications for achieving UNESCO IOC tsunami ready country status. In fact, we have conducted this year November 5th scenario that will be presented in next the symposium and all. So basically, these are the tsunami generic scenarios for Sri Lanka. So we have identified tsunami generic scenarios that can be impacted to Sri Lanka. That is the Arakan Trench, then the Andaman, Sumatra, and Makran Trench. So, as far as risk is concerned, there are 2 scenarios that can be impacted. Those are Andaman and Sumatra Trench. Andaman is the closest scenario. If there's a kind of a tsunami or generated in Andaman, that particular wave will reach us within 90 minutes, 1.5 hours. So based on these early warning systems and how we receive from the messages from the TSP, for generating warning, it will take something around 40 minutes. So still we have only 50 minutes for total evacuation. And 2004 tsunami, Boxing Day, of course, we lost 35,000 fatalities, in fact, including 2,500 tourists. At the same time, there are recorded tsunami scenarios from 1996 up to 2015. There are 16 major tsunamis, but that not impacted to Sri Lanka, but there are death and casualties as recorded or rather presented here. So Sri Lanka risk index is concerned, that's published in the OCHA risk index. So here, as far as other natural disasters are concerned, is still tsunami having the greater risk, that is out of 10, 8.2 risk for Sri Lanka, because almost all 14 coastal districts will affected by tsunami in case of tsunami generated in Andaman or Sumatra. So coastline is 1,340 kilometers, 14 coastal districts are exposed, and 78 DS divisions and 1,500 GNDs and over 1.2 million coastal population. In fact, all the cities are located along the coastline. And I am, fascinated with the presentation of Mithila. So same system we are having in our country, but except the governance itself. Like, our country having the central system, which is the devolved disaster management framework is lies with the national government, then the district, divisional, and Gram Niradhari level, despite you are having the Gram Panchali. So the plans have been prepared. At the same time, we are rehearsing those actions in our country from 2005 onward. So I'm not going to present this one. In fact, the previous presenters explain about these warning systems 24/7, and Sri Lanka is the mandated organization for disaster risk management. At the same time, the TNC, National Tsunami Contact, plus the NDMO, receiving those message will, get it by the NTWC, that is Department of Meteorology. Disaster Management Center is the responsible entity to evacuate the community and, facilitating them for, relief and other response things. So we have practiced this one in 2023 exercise in October by selecting districts, schools, hospitals, and communities. So these are the tsunami ready, the program in line with the IO wave exercise itself. So I think almost all the things we have discussed earlier presentations itself. So Sri Lanka, of course, just tested the standard operation procedures of NTWC, NDMO, LDMO, and the Gram Niradhari level, which we have developed in the past and practicing up to now. So those are the indicators, assessment, preparedness, and response. As far as this region is concerned, Indian region, we are having 48 communities in 23 countries. That is taken from the IOC tsunami source. So in Sri Lanka, what is being evaluated: institutional capacities, institutional mandate, SOPs for warning dissemination, institutional SOPs, then the roles and responsibilities of relevant officials, awareness of the end-to-end early warning system, and a network of information flow. So how we evaluate is initially we done a desk review, then national stakeholder meetings, tabletop exercises, then sensitization of LDMOs, and most importantly the community, then IO wave simulation exercise incorporating communities. So here you can see some of the photographs that the national level consultative meetings. Then this is the emergency operation center, and this is the kind of school evacuation. Those photographs reveal what we have practiced. Then this is the adapted standard operation procedure for Sri Lanka: upstream, interface, and the downstream, where DMC playing the role of interface and disseminating this message to last mile, last person. So we have 4 bulletins like earthquake information, alert, then threat confirmation and evacuation, then for the exercise stand down or rather threat over. So we are practicing, as I mentioned, national level, then the district, EDMCUs up to community. So we are using all Triforce's communications, police communications, and we are having 15 type of different mode of communication to pass those messages and do the response. In fact, as I mentioned, like in India, we are having different level planning, and these are one of the example that we have conduct community-based CBDRM planning, the maps and all, with the community participation. This is district level planning, and also hospitals, triage settings for responding for triage setting, then school planning. Here on the left down, you can see these photographs. Then, in fact, this is the adapted one also submitted to INCOIS. In our country context, what is the national warning and mitigation system? So we receive messages from or other bulletins, so information from the TSP. NTWC is validating, get the confirmation and pass into the disaster management center. We are the responsible entity to do the evacuation based on the information and the confirmation itself. So we acting as a interface and passing those messages up to the last mile, last person with different mode of communication. Plus, these are some of the SOPs. Green color one are already 24/7 available. Yellow color, of course, that is available, but there are improvements to do. Red color means there's no such SOP at the community level that we have to develop, because accountability matters. That because when you receive the message, whether it passed to the other neighbor or not depend on the situation itself. Then these are the observations, especially from the planning, warning, dissemination, capacities, and SOPs. These are the some of the observations that we made during the exercise itself. Limited institutional engagement, that is, it's a functional exercise. Lack of clarity, defined roles, and critical stakeholders such as GSMB, who produce these earthquake information. Then warning dissemination, confusion with the bulletins. Like earlier, the presenters also explained that sometimes the alert message people are evacuating rather than evacuation message or the threat confirmation message. Then the internal mailing system was not work. At the same time, EOC, DMC, lack of contact information of harbor master. That is, especially the big ships have to go further to the ocean, and others have to be come back to the shoreline. Then, as far as his communication concerned, towers, that is remotely accessed, but unfortunately, those tsunami towers not working right now because the satellite Inmarsat is not in the orbit right now. Then SOPs, they have just give us these observations like GSMB NARA, that is the ocean, the data collectors at the earthquake information collectors. They must have to have a SOP to link with the National Disaster Management Authority. So this is the bulletin, the information receiving to the different entities here. So with the earthquake information, bulletin 1, bulletin 2, and the time gap, so it shows that within 40 minutes that will reach to the last mile, last person. So after that, we have conducted the symposium, international symposium, from tragedy to resilience, expert dialogue on tsunami preparedness. So it's commemorating 20th impact, or rather what had happened to Indian Ocean countries itself. We have invited all the experts in the field of DRR. At the same time, research expert, academia, plus the development partners like UN agencies and other people, and discuss what are available, what kind of the future improvements have to be done. There we have lined up with different pillars. First one is as in line with the Sendai framework, tsunami science forecasting and early warning. So I'll just give the most important stuff. Like for the second one, of course, we have discussed on the governance, institutional resilience for tsunami preparedness, fostering transformative local-led actions. So then we discuss on gender, disability. So we talk about the multi-hazard early warning communication system for disabled, that is leaving no one behind concept, and early warning for all concept itself. So this is the final one, infrastructure resilience. We talk about in the conference itself, institutional resilience, tourism, education, and health sector. And these are the summary of those actions, like implementing the National Disaster Management Plan, SOPs, upgrading, people-centric inclusive approach, disability inclusive, and also assessing the structural resilience of tsunami building, especially hospitals, schools, and other main critical infrastructure. So these are the improvement or other things have to be done for the tsunami ready country status achievement. In fact, these are the references, and thank you.
Thank you, Satura, for understanding. I'm sorry, it's shortened 3 minutes for everybody. Okay, one question from the floor, please. Okay, yes, Afan.
Thank you for your presentations. My question is, did you give an inject during the IOF exercise regarding the assumption of communication system do not work because of the tsunami impact? And second question is, have you considered about the backup system that can be used if there is no electricity or there's a signal disruption, etc.? Thank you.
Thank you very much. In fact, we have considered all those factors, like what will be hindered our actions itself when there's a blackout happen, even in the night time, how to evacuate those people. Those things we have, evaluated and, tried to implement those actions with the support of particular organizations. For say, suppose like for these injects itself, we have included into the tabletop exercises, like with the bulleting, injects were included. Then there we can find out the roles and responsibilities, whether they have practiced, and with the stress environment, how to calmly do the actions and in line with the standard operation procedures they were given. Likewise, we practice in the tabletop exercise. But for these functional exercises, only the bulletins, the time taken, the total evacuation time, likewise, those things what the IOWTMS provided guidance, we have practiced. So if there will be a some kind of a jam happen during a disaster situations, though we have discussed with the amateur radio, even for the drone technology to reinstate those stuff in the black, the current or rather it's not, or rather totally blackout happen in the country itself. We have our satellite communications with satellite phones to communicate with the respondents, like the district officials plus the DMC. But still, we just want to reestablish these communication. Otherwise, you cannot do the response. Thank you very much for the question.
Okay, let's give one more applause for Chatura. Thank you, Chatura. Now I refer to my colleagues.
Next speaker is Professor Hakanti, co-chair from ITB. The title is Building Business Continuity Plan, BCP for Coastal Tourism Resilience to Tsunami. Please start.
Okay, thank you, moderator. So I would like to share maybe from the different angle now. Everybody now has been moving toward many directions, especially now we learn from what happened in the coastal tourism industry from the toward tsunami. So I would like to share here is basically the issue of the short memory or ignorance. So this is my question, because my focus will be highlight on the Pangandaran city, which is become the tourism destination. So maybe some of you remember what happened in 2006, 17th of July. There's a big earthquake, and then not really big, it's 7.7, but it's generate tsunami. The tsunami arrived within 42 minutes, but the issue, the people in Pangandaran is not ready. So it's about 668 people approximately died. And then a lot of casualty, as well as the issue here that the early warning has not been completed yet. Because this is 2006, when our Indonesian early warning system established completed by 2008. So this has become a big homework for us. You know what happened in Pangandaran? Here that I would like to share the overview of the tsunami at the city of Pangandaran. So this actually, the city is, this is all area. Oops, I don't know what to do. Huh? Oh, the other one. Oh, okay. So basically, this is the one. Then you can see how is the impact of the tsunami in Pangandaran. This is houses about 1,000 136 destroyed, totally damaged. And then hotel about 346 totally damaged. And then boat, you can see, and then the store, restaurant, stall, road, school, religious building, healthcare, government building, bridge, and rice field. So this has become a shock for us because we are building tsunami early warning system, but the casualty is still huge because no one knows what's going on because the shaking was very slow and then suddenly tsunami occurred. And then here that I would like to share here like what happened today. The city is become like this, developing. So this Pangandaran is very unique because like a peninsula surrounding by the from the sea, both sides, and facing Indian Ocean. And then here is the development is very full, both sides. So this is become a big question because they are the super destination of tourism. And you know, during long weekend or the national holiday, thousand, maybe 100,000 people were flocking in one time. So you could imagine if earthquake and tsunami occur during long weekend or the national holiday, how many people are really ready? But the question here is not only the people, but I would like to highlight here how the business can be resilient to protect the people and as well as they can bounce back. So this is like, I would like to give the highlight here that Pangandaran has been designated as the super destination for Indonesia. They expect another Bali for West Java. But the unique thing here, not only the government regulation and then decree and so on, because the beauty of the Pangandaran is natural and as well as man-made. But other issue here, because Pangandaran located not far from Nusa Kambang Island, where we known as Alcatraz, and Pangandaran branding also the area. If you want to go to see Alcatraz of Indonesia, designation could be from Pangandaran. So that's why Pangandaran is famous, not only because of the natural, but also a lot of branding actually come from the Ministry of Tourism. Then I just skip this one. The exposure is already there. And what is the business continuity plan actually? I would like to highlight here. This is based on the theory as well as the work that I've been done from 2017 until lately, 2024, that the business resilient actually we need to see if there is no intervention or no mitigation before the disaster occur, how is the performance of the business in the area? And then if there is something intervention to do it, we can see if there is a disaster occurs. So we still have what we call residual business function, which is very important to start to swiftly recovery. Swift recovery is very important. How is the resilience of the business there that can be used to bounce back, so to become in action. Then here that I would like to see that what we are doing here, the positioning of a business continuity plan, actually is not talking about one single business. We should talk about the whole area. That's why I would like to highlight here the business continuity plan, part of the area business continuity plan. Then here is also part of disaster risk reduction plan in the city, then going up until the national as well as the province. So this is basically the idea. And then what we are doing here, we take a look. But unfortunately, during that time, the tsunami ready indicator has not been endorsed before 2017. I just use what we call here coastal business area resilient using CCR, which is there are several components here that we can take a look: the governance, society, coastal resource, land use, on structural design, risk knowledge, warning evacuation, emergency response, disaster recovery, which is basically I would like to what you call cluster here for the mitigation issue, preparedness issue, and response capacity. I mean, respond not only respond toward disaster response, but not on the ability to recover. So here, like because we are talking about tourism, there are 5 actually for component of tourism development. The first one is we need to have attraction. And then second one is amenity, accommodation, accessibility, and auxiliary. So the important here in attraction for sure, without attraction, that area cannot be declared as the tourism destination. Amenity is needed to support the attraction. Accommodation, accessibility, and so on is very much needed. So using these 2 dimensions, that's why we make a lot of in-depth survey or research in the Pangandaran area, learning from 2006 of tsunami. You know what happened? Not only the casualty, not only the damage, but you could see here there is changing in business segment. It's very important. The micro, small, and medium enterprise, they are the one who is resilient. Whatever condition, they bounce back very quickly. But the hotel and everything, they just collapse. So this is very important. Change in the business segment is become what we need to do and to see what happened in Pangandaran area. Then here that, like I mentioned before, we take a look what is the in private business, and then the community, the government institution. Now it's become complex. A lot of people now, because the involvement of the government agency at the city level, LDMO, planning agency, tourism, culture agency, and then from the private sector, we also have the association of hotel, as well as association of this amenity. Here is very important that I would like to share what happened. How is the performance of Pangandaran itself? You can see here what we found during the survey that just give you one example because we have many data here. The existence of tsunami vertical evacuation is already there. But very sadly, this has not been used properly. This use become the bus parking, the parking for bus tourism bus, because the location is not seen directly, is behind all of the hotel and market. Then this is is very important. Also, you can see the maintenance. The maintenance is not there. But the one thing that's important here, the capacity, this 5 floor actually can accommodate 6,000. If the tsunami will be inundated until 3rd floor, at least there will be rooftop, the 5th floor and the 4th floor can be used for evacuation. This actually tsunami vertical evacuation is using the guideline that I presented on the day one. So this is important, but the usage is not familiar to all the business practice. It just become the bus parking. But here I would like to share, we try to look in the each element from the attraction itself, how the business resilient condition and initiative has been done. We take a look on the identification of critical asset, and then building compliance with regulation, building resilient, disaster mitigation budget, and so on. And we can identify here, actually 100% of the owner of attraction, they know their asset. But you can see here, only few understand about the 4 indicator they met, but still below 50%. Then you are the business resilient in attraction is not yet resilient. I will share in the next slide. And then we take a look what happened in the accommodation section, which is the hotel and then supporting, as well as the amenity. The situation is still like that. So to conclude here, that we develop further, that we found the tourism business resilient condition in Pangandaran from this element A to H, from governance, society, economy, until disaster recovery, you can see an overall is only 33.5%. So the can see in the spider web is the here. The governance is the highest and followed by warning and evacuation because it's already there. But the emergency response still good. But rest of not least, like coastal resources, society, economy, land use and structure is very low. But this has become a concern because we have to put the benchmark. 50% is the average, but this is below 33.5, 51%. We already have this focus group discussion with the Pangandaran stakeholders. They are very sad because we can take a look, only the government are ready, warning evacuation are ready, but the rest need to be escalated to meet the minimum requirement of business resilient plan. So this is what we found. We try to put all of the information that we gather, that this 32.5% is the situation is like this with if there is if there is disaster occur, they have residual business function 33.5%. This is still good rather than zero because, but sadly, they experienced 2006 tsunami, but they only have this. Okay, the stakeholders, the government stakeholder expect they can have the residual business function is higher than 50%. But the fact on the field, when we make assessment for the mitigation, preparedness, and recovery capacity, how they can swift recovery is very low. So this is why we offer for the local stakeholders scenario 1, 2, 3, and 4, how they can speed up to reach the minimum requirement 50%, whether they would like to have scenario 1, scenario 2, scenario 3, or scenario 4, which is actually we interpret into the framework that we develop. So hopefully this is give you the idea that looking at the business resilience actually enhances the resilience. So hopefully also can contribute for the tsunami ready community. So without this, I think it's very difficult to know what is really happening at the city level. So this is what I would like to share. Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you very much. Do you have a question? Do you have a question or comments? One question, comments, please.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
I think why is it in the disaster recovery is only 1.56, which is near zero in this case?
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Pardito. Because based on our assessment, actually we have a lot of questionnaire that we ask not directly. They are not really ready with the swift recovery. They said they have like for example, Hotel Laut Biru. They said they are a resilient hotel, but to be honest, when we check, they're not really functioning as what we expect. There is no checking of the strength of the building itself, even though the government has designated as the tsunami resilient building. So that's why, based on many questions, there we put this very low compared to what we expect. Yeah, it's very sad. And then regarding the UMKM, the micro, medium, and small enterprise, they just business back as usual. They make the store along the coastal, and they don't bother about the preparedness as well as whether how they can have saving, whether they insure small finance insurance. They didn't do anything. So if something happened, they just rely, like what I said before, relying on the government support again. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay.
I'd like to introduce our last speaker in this session.
Sylvia. Yeah, Sylvia.
Again.
Yes. Me again.
Yes.
Okay.
Dr. Sylvia, please.
So we all know that the another high-level objective of the UN Ocean Decade Tsunami Program is that we have notifications for all tsunamis disregarding of their source. This is the case currently of earthquake-generated tsunamis, but not for other tsunami sources. And as you can see in these charts, volcanic eruption or tsunamis caused by volcanoes are about 6% of the tsunamis that we have recorded in history. In the Caribbean, we have had eight tsunamis that were caused by volcanic eruptions or related events, and we have plenty volcanoes in the Caribbean, as you can see in these maps. This is also not working. This pointer is also not working. Excuse me. The pointer is not working. Yeah, probably the batteries. So, as you can see, the red triangles in the maps are volcanoes located less than 30 kilometers from the coast. And you can see we have many of those in the Antilles, in the Lesser Antilles, and some few in the Central America region and Mexico. Therefore, we have a high potential of tsunamis of volcanic origin in the Caribbean. And we have been part of some publications related with the subject. One is from the team on volcanic sources. Another one is on Tonga the sea level disturbances recorded in the Caribbean by the Hunga Tonga Hunga Apai eruption. And then another one published, thank you, as a review of tsunami generated by volcanoes in general, source mechanisms, modeling, and warning. You can search all of this, or you can contact me or Krista to get more information. But what is more important here, or the goal of this talk, is to share with you that in the UNESCO IOC Caribe AWS, this is the Caribbean Early Tsunami Warning System for tsunamis and other coastal hazards, we have incorporated tsunamis in our procedures. So basically we have that the monitoring network operators, including volcanic, they provide data to tsunami service providers for them to detect and forecast tsunamis. And this is, these tsunami service providers provide, again, information to tsunami warning focal points and national tsunami warning centers, who are in charge to issue tsunami warnings, threats, or advisories, or however are called, to at-risk communities and sectors. And this, of course, has an academic component that is, of course, not during the warning, but that can perform assessments that can help to get to define monitoring networks, either volcanic, sea level, GPS, to ensure detection of forecasts and to provide assessments for the National Tsunami Warning Centers to create evacuation maps, signage, and so on. Then we have volcanic observatories that they issue volcanic alert levels or VAL, and they have usually 4 categories: background activity, above background, escalation of parameters, and eruption imminent or ongoing. And when there are the first 3 levels, they provide information to tsunami service providers to alarm sea level station near the volcano. And when the eruption is imminent or ongoing, then the tsunami service providers issue a tsunami threat statement. These are more informative, the first 3, because nothing is happening yet. But when it's imminent or is ongoing, then they provide a tsunami threat assessment to national tsunami warning centers, who are in charge to issue warning messages to communities and sectors. And here we have some examples of this Volcano Observatory Notice for Tsunami Threat, or VONUT, that has information on the volcano, has information on the closest tide gauge, that this might disappear in a future version. And then there is an action required from the National Tsunami Warning Center or tsunami service provider, that is alarm sea level stations in the region of the volcano. So again, there are codes for aviation. There is a summary. And this is an example of a tsunami threat message generated by the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center in response to a volcanic, to a VONUT. And this is an example that it was used for the exercise Caribe Wave 2023. And it provides information about the Mount Pelée volcano, about the forecasted waves, and information to the government agencies. Provide information on arrival times together with the list, and measurements of sea level disturbances in tide gauges. As I mentioned before, that was the scenario created for the exercise Caribe Wave 2023, based in Mount Pelée volcano in Martinique. And in that case, Martinique Volcano Observatory was the one that provided the simulated volcanic messages. And then based on those, PTWC developed the tsunami service provider messages. The findings for that exercise was that there were no difficulties reporting based on those products, so were products easy to use. And that was a big improvement with the past volcanic scenario that we have for an exercise that it was in 2019 with the Kikem Jenny volcano. And therefore, the recommendation that year was to include VONUT messages in the alerting procedures of the tsunami service providers. You can find more information on the Caribe Wave website. Following that, we are planning to have again a volcanic scenario for Caribe Wave 2026 to be held in March next year with the Kikemcheni submarine volcano. And we have the bonus messages finalized by the University of Western Indies Seismic Research Center, and PTWC is still developing their simulated messages. So to conclude, the procedures mentioned here are essential for the development of updated tsunami warning systems accounting for volcanic sources. Of course, we need more work to be done and more research because PTWC provides a height forecast for seismic generated tsunamis, but it doesn't have the capability to provide a high forecast for volcanic generated tsunamis. And that's a big difference. And that is something that national tsunami warning centers are used to receive, and that might be hard for them to estimate the threat to their coastal populations without a high forecast. And then the recommendations so far are that the volcano observatories continue to develop these capabilities to issue tsunami warning messages to tsunami service providers, and them to continue monitor sea level and enhance operations and procedures to alarm and issue threat messages if it is the case. And of course, we need to increase sea level observations with other type of sensors like smart cables, especially near active volcanoes. This is very important, and we need to continue to educate or to raise awareness and preparedness of coastal populations that tsunamis can be also caused by volcanoes. And of course, to increase tsunami-ready recognition coverage to ensure more communities are prepared to respond for these scenarios. I made it faster this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Very first.
Yeah, thank you, Sylvia. It's good to hear the procedures in place and the partnership that you have with PTWC, but also looks like you got a volcanic observatory is also involved, which can provide you with some sort of a volcanic motion or give you some sort of early alerts. How many of those observatories that you are in touch with, and how effective they are?
In the Caribbean, I think it might be 2 or 3, not too many, but this, no, sorry. It was here. There is a report from a task team on tsunamis generated by volcanoes that it was appointed by the IOC, and they, based on that report, this paper was published, that it give the characteristics different mechanisms by which a volcano can generate a tsunami. And then they wrote a report, and in that report there is a list of volcanic observatories worldwide and a list of active volcanoes that have the potential to generate tsunamis by any of these mechanisms. This report is available at the IOC repository, and as I say, I don't have the number worldwide, but in the Caribbean, I think it might be 3 of these observatories. However, as you remember from the map, most of the volcanoes that have this potential are located in the Antilles, in the islands, and those are usually surveyed by 1 or 2 of these observatories. Then it might be 1 more in Nicaragua that might be in charge of this volcano. But I think the efforts have been performed mostly with the observatories in the Antilles.
Yeah, thanks. Do you consider using any advice from Volcanic Ash Advisory Group, advisory centers?
Yes, this was developed in a similar way to that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'd like to close this session. Thank you very much for all speakers and audience to join the discussion.
Now the session 8 is over. Now I would like to request Dr. Harry Jackswara to present memento for our chair and co-chair, Professor Yoshiro Okumura and Arkunti Raya. Thank you, sir. Now we are moving on to the next session, session 9, Tsunami Hazards, Vulnerability and Risk Assessment. For this session, I would like to request Dr. 3 Srinivas Kumar and Professor Toshitaka Baba to chair and co-chair the session. Dr. Srinivas Kumar is currently heading the Secretariat of the UNESCO IOC Indian Ocean Tsunami Warning and Mitigation System based in Perth, Australia. He served as Director in Inquest during 2020 to 2024. He held a progressively senior techno managerial position at the INCOIS, the Indian Space Research Organization. He has made impactful contribution to the field of operational oceanography and coastal multi-hazard early warning system. Professor Toshitaka Baba is a leading tsunami scientist affiliated with the Japan Agency for Marine Earth System and Technology, JAMSTEC, specializing in the numerical simulation of tsunami, including those caused by the earthquake and submarine slides. His work includes pioneering efforts on tsunami magnetic field and electromagnetic data for tsunami source estimation. I would like to invite both of them to chair the session.
So thank you very much. I think our co-chair is not here. So any volunteers to come and co-chair with me? Please. Yeah, Sylvia, please. Yes. Welcome, please, Sylvia. Thank you very much. That's very helpful. Please. Thank you very much. So, yeah, you know Sylvia, so you heard her talk just now, so I don't think we need to introduce her again. So we are not going to have the coffee break, is it? So is that the understanding? You will have after how many talks? After keynote speaker. Okay, all right. Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, so I now hand over to Professor Vyacheslav Gusiakov, who is the keynote speaker. He's going to talk about tsunami fatalities, problems of data compilation, verification, and analysis. Over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In my presentation this afternoon, I will not talk about any research results. I will present some sort of analysis. Analysis one type of data, namely data related with tsunami fatalities. Why it's so important? Some factors. Importance of having reliable information about tsunami fatalities. First of all, these digits are widely disseminated in the mass media and internet. And second, casualty data is an important indicator of severity of wave impact on the coast. For instance, in 12-point Imamura-Papadopoulos tsunami intensity scale proposed more than 20 years ago, each point includes information about tsunami impact on people. And also each point also calibrated by run-up, by wave run-up. So casualty data can be used to parameterize all the event. For most of them, we have very limited amount of information. One preliminary remark. When tsunami hits the coast, the damaging factor is not only the wave height, but also the water flow velocity. It's we quite often forgot about this. As an example, I'd like to show one video. It was widely known, but nevertheless, maybe somebody sees it first time. It is some specific type of tsunami, probably meteor tsunami. Video was taken somewhere in the US Northwest, I believe. You can see that wave amplitude just less than half a meter. Nevertheless, one person hardly escaped from this flow. Okay. So the main source of data on tsunami fatalities, as for general public, as for tsunami expert, is the global tsunami database, which is maintained two organizations: National Center for Environmental Information in the United States in Boulder, and second version of database maintained by Tsunami Laboratory in Novosibirsk in Russia. This is front page of the very well-known database in Boulder. This is our web version database. Both databases are pretty much similar in terms of general content, and there is some difference in formats, but they are minor. On this map, you can see about 2,800 historical events occurred not only in world oceans and marginal seas, but also inside the continent, lakes, even in the rivers. 2008. But if we make selection, how many events accompanied by fatalities, we can see only 277 events. 77. So only small fraction. Yeah, of course, it's not fit reality or obvious lack of data. Its lack of data can be best seen on such kind of diagram, so-called I intensity versus time. Vertical axis is tsunami intensity on Solovyov-Imamura scale, and the horizontal is time for the last 1,000 years. 1,000 years. As I told you before, tsunami intensity on Solovyov scales is the best proxy for tsunami magnitude. Tsunami magnitude, for instance, intensity 0, it's roughly 1 meter, average run up to 1 2 meters, 3 4 meters, and 4 is 8 meters on average. It's very severe tsunami. Upper graph shows all tsunamigenic event. Low graph shows only fatal event. Less than 300. Obvious lack of data. But one example, first event, it's 1026. It's so-called Masuda tsunami in Japan Sea, 1,000 fatalities. But after that, almost 500 years gap. 500 years gap. My presentation will be mainly centered around this table. It's a top 15 historical tsunamigenic events with the highest rate of fatality. The first line, of course, Indian Ocean tsunami, Indian Ocean, then Lisbon tsunami, and all other events. And I will present some more detailed information on several of these events, and let us start from Indian Ocean tsunami. We see here the digits 227,899 persons. These digits actually came from so-called Carter Commission. Carter Commission that worked in Indonesia for evaluation of damage. Nobody knows so far how this digits was obtained, but to the end of all, it satisfied everybody, and we still keep. But we need to understand the accuracy. The matter is that exact counting was made only in one country, in Thailand, where the majority of victims was foreign tourists, and they had to count everybody. But for other countries, first of all, Indonesia, we, for instance, saw in 2004 one very dramatic movie about Malabo. The people were buried by bulldozers and excavators without any counting at all. So accuracy is plus minus in the better case, 20,000 people, 20,000 people. What on this map on the left, you can see countries that were affected. It's shown, it's countries from Indian Ocean basin directly affected by tsunami. In red, major impact, yellow, minor impact, and blue one, it's the countries whose citizens were killed by tsunami. Altogether, 52 countries, and in the table on the next slide, of course, Indonesia on the first place, then India, Sri Lanka, and so on. But what's important, among these 52 countries, there were several that had loss, most severe loss in the whole their history from natural hazards. This country like Finland and Sweden, for instance, several hundred. Okay, so this map shows travel time charts for the 2004 tsunami, and number of shows digits shows number of fatalities, and the main conclusion, even for transoceanic tsunami, the majority, 90%, occurred within first hour propagation. It's remembered to understand. On the second line of my table, there is Lisbon tsunami. If you look at the NGDC database, you can see digits 50,000 people. But this, of course, total loss. And we need to retract somewhere numbers directly related to tsunami. In many cases, it's not easy to do, but in this particular case, a couple of years ago, there was publications, it is shown here, where by means of careful analysis, the digits was authors got the estimates about 1,000 people. The killed directly from tsunami. It's from inundations map in the relation total area of destruction with total area of tsunami flooding. So on the third place, there is some strange event, Taiwan. It's event 1782, 40,000 fatalities. And also I highlight here another event in China Canton 1765 with 10,000 fatalities. In historical literature, there is a little information about this event. For instance, in Taiwan, an earthquake which affected all Taiwan island and caused great destruction was accompanied by tsunami waves. But there we can read almost entire islands was flooded, and more than 40 residents died. But it's impossible for the classical tsunami to flood entire islands. In our expert assessments, it probably was combination of earthquake, strong earthquake with some kind of marine hazard, for instance, strong cyclone. So we need investigate this case more detail to retract digit, more precise digit. The same for Canton event, 1765. Very little information, 9 meters high waves, the sea suddenly rose and washed away 10,000 people. And also we need to study both caves in depth. No, much better situation with recent event, Tohoku tsunami. It's about 18,000 people, but what is the advantage? My advantage for this tsunami, we have breakdown of fatalities, but by coastal communities, and we can check this kind of digits. We evaluate its precision plus minus several pips, very high. Two interesting case when shows that relation between near field and far field fatalities can be quite different. For instance, largest tsunami, Chilean, 1960, about 1,000 in the near field, in the source area, southern Chile, but 61 in Hawaii and almost 200 in Japan. But it was the strongest tsunami of the previous century. Even more interesting, unique case when number of far field fatalities were much larger than near field fatality. It's Aleutian tsunami, April 1st, 1946. Only 5 people were killed nearby source, but instead almost 160 in Hawaii, and even 3 fatalities were in Marquesas, and very great distance. Here is some results of analysis obtained from based on data retrieved from our version database. Annual distribution of fatalities from the parent event, most of course it's earthquake and tsunami fatalities for last 120 years. Red one, it's fatalities from parent event, and blue ones fatalities from tsunami. No, this diagram shows that almost everywhere we have at least several people killed by tsunami. The gaps mostly probably means lack of data. Highest, of course, it's Indian Ocean, then Tohoku, and the last one, very fatal year, and 2000, 2018 when Anak Krakatau and Palu more than 5,000 victims, tsunami victims. What this kind of diagram based on analysis, how number of fatalities distributed over time. Over time, we analyzed 12 transoceanic events, and in total, again, more than 90% were killed during the first hour of propagation. So this is a very critical time, very critical time. And third time show the same table, and the question, one of the main questions, is it still possible for an event to appear on such a list? Answer is yes, highly likely, but in some specific regions. I do believe that it's impossible for the area like Pacific, for the area like Indian Ocean, but there is other area with very high exposure. And one of them, for instance, is Mediterranean, where last fatalities, to the best of my knowledge, was in 1956, and Caribbean, 1944. And right now it's area with very high exposure, especially in the high tourist seasons. What one cruiser liner, its capacity, it's up to 10,000 people. And there are some ports where you can see several such kind of ships simultaneously. What can happen even if something happens with such kind of cruiser, shows the case of Costa Concordia. It was not seen completely. It was not seen, but nevertheless, 42 deaths during evacuation. So my conclusions. Casualty data are most often reported in internet and mass media, and quite often without any reference and verification. That's why the digits so different. Just sometimes matter of order of magnitude. Casualty data are crucial indicator of energetic and spatial scale of calamity. That's why they are especially important for events occurred in pre-instrumental era. As for instrumental area, the completeness and reliability of this data remains essentially insufficient and require reconsideration, careful reconsideration. Data analysis, very important from my point of view, shows that even in case of transoceanic mega tsunami, very critical is the first hour. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Gusiako. Thank you for the nice presentation. Thanks also for keeping time. We have about a minute or so for any questions or clarifications from Professor Gusiako. Yes, please. Captain Carlos, can we have the mic there?
Thank you, Professor Gusiako, for your very interesting presentation. And actually, yesterday we were talking about cruise lines, all the vulnerabilities about them. I think it's not a question, but it's a comment, because if we consider the second high-level objective of the Tsunami Decade Program, is the 100% of communities' resilience for tsunamis. And we are facing mostly for communities, locations, cities, countries, things like that. But for sure, one of the most important points to be targeted are the cruise lines, because the exposition of people, especially in places where are not located, they don't know where to run. And sometimes the intuition is not the best guide for emergency evacuations. So I think you point a very good topic in your presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Here, microphone here, please. Here. No, he's here.
Thank you very much, dear Slava, for your amazing presentation. I would like to ask you if you have tested the fatalities from your database, which is very huge amount of information in your database versus to the seasonality or the time. Seasonality, yes, versus fatalities, to find any correlation.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Yes. First of all, we didn't make yet such kind of analysis. But what I am afraid that if we make it, we will not see any kind of maximum or minimum, for instance, in terms of seasons, because majority of tsunamigenic events occurred between 40 plus and 40 minus in more or less stable type of climate. We have only few events north of 60 parallel. And one of them, for instance, Kamchatka 23 tsunamis, which was in April under very bad conditions, and tsunami flooded snow-covered tundra. Very few such events. And your second proposal was seasonal time. What time of day? This is very critical. From my point of view, it's very critical. And one of reasons that last Kamchatka tsunami was with 0 fatalities, because it's occurred in the middle of the working day. If in case of midnight, it would be much worse. It's very critical. That is why in our database, in addition to the line date and time, we have special local day and time and day of week important. Working or holiday. Thank you, but we will make it probably. We should make such kind of analysis.
All right. We are running out of time, if it's okay. Let's move on to the next presentation, please. I know there are several questions, but we'll talk to Slava. Yeah, so no, I think the tea is not ready yet.
So before moving on to the next, we need to present a moment.
Okay, yeah, right. So the next presentation, okay, I'd invite Ms. Elzaveta Sukhanova, please, time is yours for your next presentation. Thank you very much.
I'll try to be brief and save time too. Well, as well known, the Sea of Japan is tsunami hazardous region. Over the past 100 years, there were at least 7 earthquakes. Seven earthquakes that generated tsunamis. On average, such events occur every 15 years. However, it's also known that trans-Pacific tsunamis can penetrate into the Sea of Japan. For example, the events of 1960, 1964, and 2011 was the eruption of the Hunga Tonga Hunga Ha'apai volcano. A few words about our motivation. The tsunami of the Tonga eruption in the Sea of Japan has been thoroughly studied. It was shown that waves both originated within the basin and arrived from the ocean. The maximum wave height was recorded at Rudne Pristan, which drew our attention, and we tried to understand its nature. We assumed that all waves generated by the atmosphere-ocean interaction should arrive in the time window between the passage of the land wave and the oceanic tsunami wave from the volcano. To make sure, we carried out numerical modeling of tsunami propagation from the land wave. The simulated sea level record for Rudne Pristan is shown. We can see that the highest value does not correspond with the highlighted arrivals. Next, we estimated the arrival times of the oceanic wave at the station through each of the straits. This showed that the peak corresponded to the wave that passed through the Tsugaru or Operus Strait. We then modeled tsunami propagation from a hypothetical dome-shaped source. To analyze this, we performed simulation where all straits except the one under consideration were closed. The black line corresponds to the actual bathymetry with all straits open. According to this model, the main contribution comes from Tsugaru Strait. About strait geography. We considered only three main straits, Korea, Tsugaru, and Operus Straits. The largest of them is the Korea Strait, which connects the Sea of Japan to the East China Sea, which means that waves must first pass through the Okinawa Islands. Next is the Tsugaru, the only one directly connecting the Sea of Japan to the Pacific Ocean. It's also connected to the Yes, but it was too yes, sorry. It's a slide for geography. I'm sorry. And the Tsugaru Strait connected to the Mutsu Bay. The last one is the Operus Strait, the smallest one, and its length and width are almost equal, about 40 kilometers. Each strait and adjacent areas have different bottom relief. The red lines mark the section orientation. So there is a sharp depth increase just beyond the Korea Strait. A stepwise depth pattern with a steep gradient is seen in the Tsugaru Strait. Behind the Operus Strait, we see a smoother depth change. We use several methods to determine the transmission characteristic of the straits. To analyze spectral characteristic, we simulated a signal with a red noise spectrum on the boundary of the computational domain. To evaluate wave penetration, we used an impulse signal. This estimates when were then compared with the strongest trans-Pacific tsunamis. Begin with the spectral characteristic. Signal amplification was calculated as a square root of the ratio between spectra at different points. One point used as a reference was located outside the strait to show the evolution of the wave. Next point inside the strait and in the sea opposite the straits. On plots, we highlight wave periods in minutes where we can surely identify amplification. The signal had a sampling interval of 5 minutes and the simulation ran for 120 hours. In the Korea Strait, most waves diminish, but we can see amplification inside the strait for long waves with periods such as 6, 4, and 2 and a half hours. A clear spectral peak also appeared at 20-minute period. The Tsugaru there is a strong amplification at periods around 2 hours, 1 hour, and 30 minutes. Without further experiments, it's hard to say which frequencies are caused by the strange geometry itself and which are due to the interaction with Mutsu Bay. For the Lapérouse, the spectral ratios are nearly identical, but the wave amplitudes decreases sharply. The only notable peak occurred at period of 150 minutes, possibly linked to Aniva Bay, where the station is located. For the penetration estimation, we generated 45 minutes sinusoidal impulse at the boundary of the modular domain. The map on the left shows the cross-section used to calculate energy fluxes. The blue line represents incoming energy, and the red line is the penetrated energy. To compare the straits, we also modeled a situation where all straits except the one under consideration were closed. The results are shown with dashed lines. We found several interesting points. First, look at the dashed lines for the Korea Strait. We observe long-lasting oscillations. This is due to the sharp depth change, which causes wave reflection. Also, the Korea Strait is a main route for incoming tidal energy, but it's the main exit for tsunami energy leaving the Sea of Japan. The Tsugaru behaves differently. Waves reflect in the strait, and much of the energy returns to the Pacific. The fact that the solid lines lie above the dashed line suggests that the energy entering through Tsugaru Strait later exits through other straits. The Lapérouse behaves somewhat like Korea Strait. It also produces oscillation due to depth change, but they decay faster. Overall, when only one strait is open, the Lapérouse Strait is the most effective. Almost half of incoming energy passes. Next, we confirm these estimates on historical events. We began with Chilean tsunami because it can be considered as a proxy for any remote events because it occurred far enough and can be assumed that the direction of wave propagation towards the straits was the same. We see that the wave behavior in the straits matches well with our estimates. Oscillation in the Korea Strait are less strong, maybe because the main period of the Chilean tsunami was quite long, and long period waves are less sensitive to the bathymetric variations. Moreover, spectral analysis shows amplification at lower frequencies that match our earlier estimates. The next two events are less illustrative as they were closer. The Alaska tsunami was smaller and energy directed towards the America coast. The Sea of Japan is located in a zone of weaker waves. This is partly seen in the penetrated energy. Most of the energy dissipates within the sea and does not exit through the Korea Strait. Less energy is reflected at both Tsugaru and Lapérouse Strait. The Tohoku event was similar to the Chilean tsunami pattern. However, the energy entering through the Tsugaru Strait is significantly greater as the south partly covers the strait itself. This slide presents a clearer comparison of energy penetration through the straits into the Sea of Japan. Let's summarize. First, the Lapérouse Strait allows the largest amount of energy to enter the Sea of Japan from the east. However, strong currents in the strait may greatly affect tsunami wave transmission. Second, when all straits are open, energy doesn't leave the sea through the Tsugaru Strait. It mostly exits through the others. And third, a little energy enters through the Korea Strait, but a significant amount exits through it. So you can reach conclusions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elizaveta. Thank you for the nice presentation and then also again for keeping time. So we have time for a couple of questions. Oh yeah, Sean, please.
Thank you for this insight. I have a question. Maybe I didn't get it correctly, but doesn't this diffraction also play a major role? Is that included in your analysis, or because in the end you showed flow rates, which is not the wave diffraction, and which happens in these small straits? Did you consider that?
Wave refraction itself for straits? No, exactly. We just recently seen it for Korean straits.
Okay, Thank you very much. So if there are no further questions, let us give a round of applause and thank you very much, Elizabeth. Break for tea. So when are we coming back?
15 minutes.
Okay, so it's 4:10 now, so please be back in 15 minutes. Just a matter of caution, I've just checked that we have 10 more presentations, which is 150 minutes, 2.5 hours. So nobody is going home until 7 o'clock. So please, my request is actually please keep your presentations if possible to 10 minutes, and then so that we can have some time for a couple of questions. Yeah, so think about your presentation in the tea time.
Yes. Just read the name and then I'll write. Ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, Andre. Absolutely. Even to an empty room, we are going to make out this. I thought I will do it for the plane. But what time is your? Tomorrow in the morning. Tomorrow morning. Okay, so we will do it. Yeah. Okay. Let's start. Yeah, Sylvia is coming as well. So we have Elisa on the stage already. She's
Hello.
Yeah, please go ahead, Elisa.
Hello, my name is Alisa Medvedeva, and I'm from Shershov Institute of Oceanology, Moscow, from the laboratory of Tsunami. The title of my speech is Transoceanic Tsunamis in the Seas of Japan and Okhotsk in the 20th, 21st centuries, Observations and Numerical Modeling. This is outline of my presentation. So these two seas are located on the far east of Russia. Okhotsk Sea is shelf sea, which is connected with the Pacific Ocean through Kuril Islands arc. Japan Sea is connected with Pacific Ocean through Tsugaru Strait and through Korean Strait, and with the Sea of Okhotsk, with Loperuza Strait, and with Tartarian Strait. Today I will tell about motivation and some historical cases, tsunami measurements that we have, and I'll show 4 cases that we considered for these 2 seas. So transoceanic tsunamis great for these 2 seas. So why we decided to do it? Because we knew that in the Sea of Okhotsk there was a very high amplitude of a tsunami wave from Chilean tsunami. And even this tsunami traveling 17,000 kilometers, and waves entered into the Sea of Japan through Tsushima Strait and into the Sea of Okhotsk through Kuril Islands. And on the Russian coast, it was in the Okhotsk coast was 2 meters. Today, also I will tell our results about Kamchatka 1952 tsunami, for Chilean tsunami, and for Tohoku 2011, and last actual case of Kamchatka tsunami 2025. Here you can see 3 cases, Kamchatka, Chile, and Tohoku tsunami, how this tsunami spread. Which data, which measurements and observations we have? We have from American database such measurements, some observations on old Mariograms. And here, as I said, you can see Magadan, it is all cases, all tsunamis and heights in this database from seismic sources, all heights which were there even for inner events, even for inner tsunami, but there are also, of course, transoceanic tsunami heights recorded to the stations. For the Russian coast, we have 2 meters 4 meters 3 for the Far East, where is Vladivostok city situated, and maximum for the Silverhotsk is here 23 meters from 1952 tsunami. And I wanted to say that there is a mistake here in this database. There is Olga Bay, 13 meters, but this bay is not here, it's here. Also Olga Bay. There is Olga Bay, but 13 meters was from 1952 meters here in the open part of Pacific Ocean. So if you will use it, you have to consider that it's a mistake. 13 meters here never been in the Sea of Japan, not in database. So what is our method? We modeled tsunami, and we used numerical tsunami model similar to tsunami. It is based on the shallow water finite difference equations. Linearized version of the shallow water equations was used. It was configured for the whole Pacific Ocean with space resolution 2 arc minutes, and the time step was 2 seconds. As a seafloor topographic, we used data from general bathymetric chart of the ocean, and as initial wave, we used from Akada formula equations displacement, and also some benchmarks or from finite fault models for each case, each source of the seismic source. Here you can see model validation on an example of noted tsunami 2024 and for the Sea of Japan. And here you can see how our model tsunami reproduce the myriagrams. So for us, it's a good agreement. You can see. So I come into results. These results are presented for Tohoku tsunami 2011. For the Russian coast, it was about 20-30 centimeters according to numerical modeling. Here and after, I mean height as an amplitude from mean sea level to top of the highest wave for the whole period of simulation. For the Tsugaru Strait, it was 30-40 centimeters. For the sea, or for the coast of Japan, 60-80 centimeters. And for the Sakhalin Island, about 20 centimeters. And as for the Sea of Okhotsk, tsunami Tohoku penetrated from the Pacific Ocean was about 2 times higher these wave heights. So for the Kamchatka east part, east coast, it was 170 centimeters and 50-60 centimeters. Here, about 20-40, and for the Magadan, where is the Magadan situated city, it's about 50-60 centimeters. Here you can see similar results for the simulations of 1960 Chilean tsunami, and the ratio mean of the wave heights is practically the same. So for the Sea of Okhotsk, simulated wave heights were at 2 times also higher than for the Sea of Japan for this case. For the Russian coast, it was in the Sea of Japan 20-30 centimeters. For the Sakhalin Island, 50-60 centimeters, as even for the coast of Japan. And for here, we obtained about 1.8 meter for Magadan. It's close to measurements. Here you on the east part of Kamchatka Peninsula, 2 meters and 1.5 meter. So the ratio is, according to our modeling results, the same. And here are presented maximum wave heights for 1952 Kamchatka tsunami from seismic source, and here from 2025. You can see that this event, old event, is stronger according to our model results. You can see it on this picture very clear. And what is with ratio of tsunami wave height for these 2 events? That for 1952 tsunami Kamchatka, it was higher at 2 times. Also for the Sea of Japan, according to our results. Here it was about 20 centimeters, here about 30, and the maximum was on Japanese coast inner, and for 2025, so it's here it's the same practically, and for the Korean coast it's also close, but in average it's 2 times lower. And
Lisa, can you please conclude in a minute?
Conclude,
please?
okay.
Thank you.
So for the Sea of Okhotsk and for the sea, sorry, here you can see also the results for the Okhotsk Sea. We have the same ratio. And as for the, if we compare waves from for Okhotsk Sea and for Japan Sea, for Kamchatka, or both events, that for the Sea of Okhotsk, wave heights were higher at 8 times because of narrowness, of course, of this sea to seismic source. These are my conclusions. I thought about it also yet. So thank you for your attention. I answer your questions if you.
Thank you very much, Alisa. We have time for one question. Yeah, there. Yeah, please. Can somebody take the microphone there, please? You can just talk loud.
So what is the CFL criteria and what scheme of difference method is used for this?
Can you repeat, please? I don't.
I am just curious about the numerical modeling. So you use finite difference method and shallow water equation. I want to know about the scheme of shallow finite difference method that is used for this discretization. And what about the CFL value for the stability of the model?
What is scheme? I don't know. Tsunami model, yes. The title is Tsunami model. Yes. Yes. Sorry. Question. We have I can I in
Yes,
after
I
in the
think,
break?
yeah, I think we can discuss it later,
Sorry.
you know, this detail.
Yes,
No
yes,
problem.
sorry.
Thank you very much, Elisa. Give her a big hand, Elisa. Thank you. Thank you very much.
The next talk is by Dr. Raquel Felix, who is going to talk about developing a tsunami risk assessment tool for ports.
So, hi everyone, I'm Raquel. I'm just going to stand here because I don't think you're going to see me behind the podium. So, I'm from Bath Uni, and it's a bit different of a topic that I'm going to present to you today. So, I'm going to introduce the risk assessment tool that I'm developing right now. And as you can see, it says for ports, but the general idea is that you can also use this risk assessment tool for in different sites, not just in ports. So the goal here is to apply it in assessing the tsunami risk in the Cilegon port, Indonesia. But for the sake of this presentation, we're just gonna focus more on the introduction of the app itself rather than the result of the Cilegon port assessment, because it's also an ongoing study. Okay, here I'm just showing you where the Cilegon port is. It's in the northwest coast of Java, and the tsunami source that I'm gonna use for my modeling is along this part of the Java Trench. And here I'm just showing you that I did nested grid modeling using FunWave. And again, the tsunami is based from a magnitude 8.9 earthquake model. And for now, I'm gonna show you, or the input that I'm gonna use for the app demonstration is from the 20-meter grid layer modeling. So here is the preliminary look of the applications that I'm working on. So I'm using MATLAB, but I have to emphasize that you don't need MATLAB to use the app itself because it's going to be created as a standalone application. So you're just going to go to the GitHub, my GitHub, and then just download it and easily install in your computer. So the main things here are two components. You have the left panel where you can input you can do all the edits that you needed. And then on the right side, you just have the preview panel just to see the log reports as well as the generated report. So let's just focus on the left side of this app. So it's basically a 3-step workflow. Just upload your files, select the type of analysis that you want to do, and then click the button Generate Report. And that's it. So what are the two input files that are actually needed for this one? So firstly, the inundation file in the raster format, and then you just need the polygon files of your study area, the buildings. So the only requirement for the polygons is that you have this the column in your attribute table saying what kind of industry they belong to. So if they're from a cargo, chemical, etc., etc. So for here, the first version of the application will be focusing on the physical aspect of risk analysis. So we have the option of structural damage state, non-structural damage state, and also included the recovery potential for production capacity. So it's going to use, it's going to relate inundation depth to the fragility curve developed for ports. So the default values right now included in the app is based on values for port studies. And then, so question mark version 2, because I don't know what will happen after my postdoc, right? So, but the plan is maybe add something about financial loss estimation, population exposure, evacuation route. So there's actually lots of ideas, but I have only limited time. So might as well just make something simple. And I actually wanted to ask, like, if you have any suggestions for priority analysis to be included in version 1, especially now hearing about in Tsunami Ready, you need some risk analysis. So maybe there's some things that I can add that will help people who's doing some risk, who needs a quick report for the tsunami risk analysis. Okay, so what's the concept behind the analysis done by the application? So again, you have the inundation depth and the polygon file. So all the polygons, I will just extract the center. I will just create a center point for each of the polygon, and then it will just find the nearest inundation depth grid cell value. So let's say for this example, the center of the polygon is closest to the 2.5 meter inundation depth. So that will be the inundation depth for that particular building. So just repeat that for all the buildings in your study area. And then after that, the application will collect all the buildings, and then it will group together based on a depth range. So for the example that I gave you, it will fall in the 2 to 3, less than 3 meter range. And since for simplicity so that we can use it for the fragility curve analysis, all of the range will be represented by one value. So here it will be represented by 2.5 meters. And then again, just repeat the same thing for the other depth ranges. Oh yeah. And yes, so now we move forward to using that inundation depth value for fragility curve analysis. So I want to thank Bruno Adriano for helping me how to do the analysis using the fragility curve for tsunamis. So, okay, so let's just focus on the plot with the red color shade. So if we want to look at the complete destruction of a fragility curve for the complete destruction, so for the example of 2.5 meters, we get a value of 0.17. So what that means is that 17 out of, let's say we have 100 buildings. So 17 out of that 100 buildings are at risk of being completely destroyed. So that's the concept behind it. And these are the results that the application will generate. So first, on the first part of the report that's generated, it's focusing on the inundation summary in terms of maps and plots. And then, on the later part of the report, it focused now on the risk assessment. So again, you have different versions actually that says the same thing. It's just that it gives the user at least 3 options on how they wanted to see their results. And yeah, it's just just giving you more detailed version on the table here. And then my plan also is that in every page I will add some text just to help the user know how to read what they're actually seeing in the report. And then again, so going back to, maybe I won't be able to update it very frequently, so I want to make sure that it has an update ready design, or the user can actually modify some input values so that there's some flexibility on just in case there's a new fragility curve that they wanted to use for their analysis, as well as if it's another study area, of course, you also need another fragility curve. And then for if you want a study area outside ports, you can also customize the industry type by modifying the names here. So here are the values that you can edit. And yeah, so some freedom for the user. So at least through time, people still can use it. It's just not like, it just works for 1 year. And then in the third tab, just in case you don't want the default design that I selected, you can just do some modification on that one. So change the base map, change the colors of the buildings. And if you want to check if the center points are actually created for each polygon, you can also plot it. And here is a preview of the organization of the report. So yeah, again, on the first page, I'm showing you the input files that you added, and then some overview of the methodology, and then again, all the results of the analysis. And also, the application will also give you the raw maps in image files, the maps and plus in image files, and also the table, all the results in table form. So just in case you want to verify if things make sense. And yes. I also want to add that just to make sure that the MATLAB code that I did is working well, I'm gonna do a manual analysis in QGIS just to check if the tables and the numbers are correct. So what's the plan actually? So the plan is we will share all the installers, both for Windows and Mac OS, and then also the user manual and source code in GitHub once we publish the paper. Hopefully, ideally, next year, I'm going to finish this work, just like what we did with the recently published work that we've done for an application called FunMap, wherein you use it will help you use the FunWave model easily, so you can create maps easily using the application. So that's how it's going to look like with the installation of the application. So that ends my presentation. So I hope I'll get some suggestion on what other things that I can add for the first version. Thank you.
Thank you, Raquel, and thank you for keeping the time as requested. Marinus?
Hi. Have you considered instead of using the closest flow depth value to the center of the polygon, use either the maximum value or an average of the values that the polygon includes?
Yes, I think I can do that. Maybe the plan is also add some options like how do you want the depth extraction to be added. That's a good idea. And also, yes, either get the maximum value within that grid. And I don't know if it's also realistic to extract all the values from the corners of the polygon and then get the average. But yes, I think I should just add some options.
Because it might happen a building has only a small part close to the center that has a minimum value, and the rest are much bigger. So there might be some underestimation of the risk.
Okay, so it's better to have the maximum value covered by the polygon. Thank you.
Raquel, I think I'm sorry, but we don't have time for other questions. You can ask her later. There is a small change in the program. I would like to call Masashi Kamogala. Please.
posted somewhere. Oh, this one. Nice. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So thank you for inserting my presentation. Initially, my presentation is disappeared because I forgot to register it in this workshop. Then finally, my oral presentation is removed. But fortunately, local LOC kindly puts my presentation here. So this is a ionospheric monitoring for the early warning tsunami, early warning of the tsunami. So many people showed that this kind of the presentation. So you know that. So earthquake or the tsunami excited acoustic gravity wave. It propagates into the ionospheres. So acoustic wave has the fastest velocity in the atmosphere. It takes 9 minutes into the ionosphere, arrived at the highest density of the ionospheres. So, and also GNS satellite give in the transmitters give the electromagnetic waves. So if you receive the transmitted EM wave, so we can estimate in the plasma variation from this kind of signal. So it means, so we can observe this atmospheric disturbance from the GNSS observations. So it means, so even in the ground receivers can observe this kind of the variation, for example, above the ocean. It means that we can observe the tsunami. So this kind of the atmospheric disturbance caused by earthquake is firstly reported in the Alaska earthquake. After that, so many reports appeared. Then, so this is a ray tracing calculation of the acoustic waves. So this is the height from the height. This is the ionosphere region. So once in the excited acoustic wave propagated into the ionosphere, this color indicates 1 minute. So it means the highest region of the electron density is around here. So 8 minutes is arrival time. Then, so we call it the highest region is the F2 region or the F regions. In the lower part is the E regions. This is the name of the ionospheres. So ionospheric dynamics caused by tsunami or the earthquake is a little bit complicated. So I don't explain in detail in this presentation. So we just please focus on this tsunami ionospheric core because this is completely representative of the initial tsunami height. And also we have the many the ionospheric disturbance in this kind of current or the magnetic field current like this ones. Then, so the important thing, this tsunami ionospheric fall, this caused in the F regions. So it takes 9 minutes. This is a travel curve. And this is the northern part from the tsunami center. This is the southern part. This is the earthquake. Almost 10 minutes, 9 minutes later, so we can see the disturbance. The green indicator no disturbance. So this is the enhancement of electron density. Then this is the depression here. So southern part, this is the Tohoku earthquake. So we have this kind of the propagation. So we have the many things appears. So first is this one. This is the acoustic wave from the tsunami shock, like this one. Excited by the here thing, ionosphere apply. This is the first one. The next one is here. This is a different velocity. This is a radio wave. Radio wave is propagated in the ground like this one. Then excited here. So ionospheric disturbance in each point. It means the corresponding to the radio wave sphere. So we cannot see the northern part. So I don't explain the detail. This is due to the magnetic line issues. But interesting is here. So we have the resonance. We can see the resonance here. The period is 150 to 210 seconds. This is the kind of the resonance between the ground to the ionosphere, kind of resonance. Then after that, so we can clear depression of the tsunami, so-called tsunami ionosphere. So this is very important for the early warning tsunami system. Then, so like I can show this one. This is the typical tsunami calculation propagation. This is the TC, the electron density, kind of the electron density map here. So Toka case occurred here. This part is the largest, highest tsunami waves. So we can see the largest depression of the electron density. So it looks like corresponding to the initial tsunami height. So almost 9 minutes later, so we can see that here. So this phenomenon is discovered by the Tohoku, discovered from the Tohoku earthquake. After that, many earthquakes show that this kind of the ionospheric hole. Also, computer simulation have been conducted. This is the kinds of the schematic animations of the tsunami ionospheric hole. A simple mechanism like here. So once in the acoustic wave in the excited in the propagated in the ionosphere, intensity is increased due to the low density of the atmosphere. Then the large plasma in the dragged in from the upper part and lower part, the recombination of plasma occurred. So then electron density disappears. This is the mechanism of the ionospheric hole. Of course, so as I explained before, so we have the lower part ionospheric disturbance. For example, this kind of the current. So I termed in the size ionospheric ring current, something like that. So I did not explain in detail in this information. If we focus on the geomagnetic data, so geomagnetic data is can monitor in the lower part ionospheres. So this is the travel curve. So we can see that this kind of the propagation in the here, and this is the low pass filter data. We can also see. So we have the interpretation of this data. So we found in the new phenomena, for example, the seismofield align current or the seismonic ring current. And the lower, this one is also ionospheric current, also have been found in from the Tohoku earthquake. Then, so important things is the ionospheric hole is, so if you focus on the depression rate, percentage of the depression rate of the electron density, total electron content, and versus initial tsunami height, maximum initial tsunami height in the has kind of the correlations. It means from the TC observation can give us of the tsunami, initial tsunami information. Then, so this is a simple calculation like this one. So this is a very simple analysis. So if you use only the tsunami TC data like this one, the Tohoku earthquake, so we have this kind of GPSV here. So the comparison, when we calculate it in the tsunami propagation from this kind of things, so even very simple, this kind of observation gives a vaguely similar result, but it's not a good one. But so if you focus on the much more accurate calculation, Dr. Kanai presented yesterday, the day before yesterday, he proposed the newly idea of the statistical method. So we give the vague rough initial tsunami height, then so he computed in the lots of things using juggler's and emulations, then using in the real data of the ocean tsunami data or tsunami buoy and offshores, so we can kind of compare in the simulation data, lots of the simulation data, the real data, then finally we can inversely estimate the accurate tsunami source. Then after that, accurate tsunami source give the propagation of this kind of the signal. So his result like this one. So please ask him this calculation. Then so recently, our Shizuoka prefecture in Japan, so we are worried about the expected Nankai trough earthquake, maybe 2038. I'm not sure. Maybe some things are like this one. So we were worried about the tsunami in the tsunami, large tsunami. Then so we tried to the implication of this method. So we have the ocean bottom meta, so-called DONET. So supporting the jamstack, so we can get the tsunami, real data of the tsunami data. And also we have the rough initial tsunami source from the ionospheric data. So we can combine this one, then so we can get the accurate tsunami source. Then finally, we can give the tsunami early warning like this one. So now, we are trying to develop in the real TC data because this real TC data provides in the coastal real-time initial tsunami source. And also, recent Dr. Kanai method is very important for us because his method gives the accurate initial tsunami source. So now, we can using this technique. So we are now going to developing the system for this kind of the early warning system for particular for the Nankai Trough earthquake. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kamagawa, and also for keeping the time. We have time for one question to Andre.
Thank you. Very motivating. Japan has a huge array of GNSS online stations. How many GNSS stations you need to work, say, with a moderate rate tsunami, like magnitude 8, for example? Not so huge, but like kind of 8 magnitude.
Yeah, it's a very good question. So I think so far, GSI, this is kind of the national institute, has 1,300 station. The resolution, the spatial resolution, the 20 kilometers, I think it is enough. It is enough for the magnitude 9 class earthquake. But so if we want to much more accurate resolution, for example, in Japan, the private company has the 3,000. If you use more, so we can get much more accurate. But I think 1,000 enough, even in Japan. So the spatial resolution in the 20 or 30 kilometers, because it gives the rough tsunami information, rough initial tsunami information.
Thank you very much. Now next is Marinus.